kakedi nada zikuru kuru atorani zishizwa Catholic Church kubete bashiku kabari bene bako ebe mungu mama kondo wanyera Simon Yona ni kama kama kariba kukura papa wawe wanyera Simon Yona bado wakwire kumusika iko banga bitu na bine kinga kino kumwe malema bora ngisi ni boko sai base ni cyake Uganda ba malema abari kurura ibuyonga aberani bamusaku baborera ko ni barangira twebwe bale bene ni babandi ebe mungu mama kombe ingo Kristo banga bari bubete ni kama kama Vira Robert
from MTN. Together, our connection is unstoppable. MTN. MTN is regulated by.
Olema borke una wa.
Ngapera le mali na bi na ko wa. Kuli to ma ku. Sare.
Neras, but I don't know what has happened with my phone.
You online, don't unmute. You're most welcome to UPC the National Congress. We are informing all those online to mute their microphones for proper transmission. All those joining us online, we request you kindly to mute your microphones.
Kiti nulo kande lo kan joy ku jadi tie wini. Dari ka permit.
Hello. Itu kita itu roko. Jadul ya. Yang apa lagi yang itu disuruh kita itu roko. Ayo kan dulu.
Check mic 1 2. Check microphone. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check microphone. Check 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Check mic. Check mic.
Check mic. Microphone test.
Check mic 1 2. 1 2 1 2.
Line one on. That is line one.
Check mic 1 2. Check.
Testing, testing.
Check, check, make. Check, make.
Testing, testing, testing. Yeah. Microphone number 2.
Check, make, check, make. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, make, check, make. Check, make. Check.
Yeah. Line number 2.
there, we ask for maximum order as we start. We will all mute your microphone. One speak. You can use the emojis there. You can raise up your hand. You can send a message. There is in-text messages allowed in the system. So I'm here to ask you, get prepared. We are going to start very shortly. I thank you. Sound check. Sound check. Sound check. Sound check. Are we okay?
Oh, UPC, the Congress of the People. Oh, UPC, oh, UPC, oh, UPC, the Congress of the People. Uganda, Yona. Oh, UPC, oh, na UPC, the Congress of the People. Abantu mwena. Oh, UPC, oh, na UPC, the Congress of the People. Of the UPC. 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 Busoga Buganda. UPC. Oh, na UPC. The Congress of the People. Ankole Kigozi. UPC. Oh, na UPC. The Congress of the People. Joro Kasese. UPC. Undi Bujoyona. The Congress of the People. Unyoro Chitara. UPC. Oh, na UPC. The Congress of the People. Oh, UPC, the Congress of the People. Oh, UPC, the Congress of the People. Everywhere, UPC. Everybody, UPC. All of us, UPC. Even you, UPC. Are you? 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 UPC.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check.
Oh, UPC, oh, Mama, oh, UPC, the Congress of the People, Apena wetu, oh, Mama, na UPC, Congress of the People, Uganda yona, oh, Mama, na UPC, the Congress of the People, everywhere, everybody. All of us. Are you? Are you? Thank you very much. We can humbly take our seats. Cabinet ministers and honorable members of parliament, our respective leaders from different sub-regions across the country who have represented, other members who are calling on Zoom. This is an extraordinary meeting of the National Council called by the party president in accordance with Article 12.3, subsection 3 of the party constitution. And allow me to invite the national chairperson of the party to call the meeting to order and then guide us on how we are going to proceed. You most welcome, Madam National Chairperson.
Thank you, honorable members of council, This meeting, being the extraordinary meeting, was called under Article 12.2, clause section 3, which gives the party president the mandate to call for this meeting. As per for the quorum right now, we are having 470 members attending online and 43 members physically present. It means we have realized the quorum. Honorable members, allow me to take you through the agenda of today's meeting. One, we shall have the opening prayers, organization for dialogue, discussions, stroke way forward, and adjournment. The agenda item number 1 is opening prayer. Number 2 is national and party anthem. Number 3 is communication from the chair. Number 4, report from on the status of the party. Number 5, status of engagement under inter-party organization for dialogue, IPOD. Number 6, general discussions, stroke way forward, and adjournment. Honorable members of the National Council, we are joined today by His Excellency, the President of Uganda People's Congress, Honorable James Jimmy Michael Akena. We have in attendance the Vice President, Honorable Fahad Kinyiri. Also with us is the Secretary General, Honorable Fred Ebil. We have in attendance the National Treasurer, Honorable Maxwell Akora. Assistant Secretary General, Honorable Ben Bakabulinde Chigongo. The National Woman Leader, Honorable Rachel Neruba. National Workers Leader, Honorable Raj Michael Osinde. National Youth Leader, Honorable Dan Isimba. National Deputy Youth Leader, Honorable Okwi Godfrey. I'm also blessed to inform you that we have been joined, before I go to the members of parliament, we are also joined by the party spokesperson, that is none other than Honorable Sharon Oyat Arach. We have also been joined by members of parliament on UPC ticket who are also members of the National Council, starting with the whip, Honorable Dr. Eunice Otuku Appeal. We also have Honorable Janet Auma representing the women of Amulata. We also have with us the Honorable Colin Sangwech representing the people of Choga County. With us also is Honorable Vincent Opito representing the people of Dokolo South. Honorable members, we also have Honorable Obong Peter Achuda, representing the people of Maruzi County. We have also been joined by the party lawyer, that is Honorable Jonathan Odu. Members of National Council, I do hereby welcome you and officially call the meeting to order. Thank you. Next on the item is the communication from the chair. Next on the item is the prayer.
Humble ourselves for the Almighty God. Heavenly Father, we want to thank you once again for the gift of life. We want to thank you for our beloved departed President, Honorable Jim McKenna, who in his wisdom has managed to call for this meeting in collaboration with the national chair of this mighty party, UPC. For that reason, this morning, Father, we have an agenda before you that has been ready to say. We call upon you and we seek your indulgence, Almighty God, so that you guide us in this very important meeting that we are going to enter in for the good of this mighty party, Uganda People's Congress. We thank you, Almighty God. We say all this through Jesus Christ, our Lord's name.
Thank you. Next item, national anthem.
Uganda. You never set free for me, but you together. The interest of time, we shall just have one.
Party anthem.
Oh, Mama, hey, na UPC, Congress of the people. Hey, Uganda, yetu. Hey, na UPC, Congress of the people. Oh, Akena wetu. Hey, na UPC, Congress of the people. Oh, Uganda mzima. Hey, na UPC, Congress of the people. That everybody, you and me, are you? Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. We have members of the National Council who have joined us from Kampala District. Can you stand up for recognition? Members from Kampala District who are physical and online. Thank you for coming. We are having members from Wakiso District. Thank you for coming. We are having members who came from northern, eastern, and western Uganda. Can you stand up? Thank you for coming. Online, I've been seeing we have members from Otuke who are already on board. I can see Pade District. I can see Kwania District, Dokolo, and all the districts. You are most welcome. Next on the agenda is the communication from the chair. Mr. President, sir, members of cabinet, members of parliament, and members of National Council present, I welcome you all to this extraordinary National Council meeting of 13th June 2026. Due to the widespread Ebola outbreak and the need to safeguard public health and safety, it was resolved that the National Council meeting be conducted online with a limited physical attendance. Members, today's extraordinary meeting of the National Council was called as per Article 12.3, Clause 3 of the UPC Constitution, which states, the party president may, in consultation with the national chairperson, call an extraordinary meeting of the National Council whenever the president deems it necessary, and shall give at least 48 hours notice of such a meeting, stating the date, time, place, and agenda of the meeting. Honorable members of National Council, the purpose of this meeting is to launch a consultative process on the matters affecting the party and the political environment in which we are operating. Honorable members, the meeting is not intended to force immediate decisions on all matters. Rather, it is intended to, 1, receive reports on the state of the party. 2, present key issues requiring guidance from the National Council. 3, allow initial discussions and reactions. 4, open a consultation period for written submission. 5, enable all National Council members, including those who are online and those who are not online, to participate and contribute their views. In conclusion, therefore, fellow congresswomen and congressmen, our greatest strength and pillar is in unity as we restore hope to the people of Uganda, who believes in the better Uganda for all. Once again, I take the honor to welcome you all to this extraordinary meeting. You are most welcome. Next on the agenda is report of the party president on the status of the party. The party president will be heard in silence. Mr. President, sir, I take the honor to welcome you. Thank you.
Afternoon, members of Congress and well-wishers who have joined us in their various positions and capacity. This is a formal meeting of the National Council of the Uganda People's Congress. And as such, we should treat it with the decorum and authority which it carries. I want to start by thanking the UPC members for what we have gone through, how we have persevered to reach this point in June of 2026. The journey has not been easy. The challenges have been numerous, but by standing together and supporting one another, we have been able to prevail and get to some point that shows that UPC, not only is it resilient, but it is persistent, and UPC is not ready to surrender at any cost or any circumstance. On that one, I am grateful to the members of UPC for demonstrating that resilience and for bouncing back even in the face of adversity. If you recall, about a year ago, in July of last year, there was a ruling in the High Court of Uganda, and which caused us to approach that problem in a similar manner as we have today, by calling the members of the party to deliberate and to try to find a way forward on how we can handle what is facing us. That ruling basically established, and I made a press statement to that effect, established that Jimmy Akena is the president of Uganda People's Congress. And where we run into difficulty is that they said Jimmy Akena has been president, and therefore Jimmy Akena cannot be presented as Uganda People's Congress candidate for the 2026 general election. In an effort to deal with the unexpected hurdle which UPC faced itself, we thought through, we sat down, we converged, and I put the matter to the highest organ of the Uganda People's Congress, which was the Delegates Conference. Matters therein are still subject to another court process, so I cannot fully dwell into the substance, but the point, be clear, is that I and the administration, which carried the party through this election, remain in office, and we're exercising our mandate as according to the Constitution and the laws of Uganda. I want to make it absolutely clear, there is nothing which I am doing outside of the laws and the Constitution of Uganda. So I am exercising my mandate, but I'm also asking others who have responsibility for the welfare and the well-being of Uganda People's Congress also to stand up and to rise up, that we move ahead and make sure that this Congress continues and does the work it's supposed to do. So I have called this National Council to bring you on board, and let us move together and make sure that UPC continues to serve the people of Uganda. Some of the matters are still in court, hence I do not want to go in more detail, but I am assuring the members that according to the last pronouncement in court, we are acting well within the court and also within the spirit of what we tried to achieve in July of last year. Hence, this meeting is coming before even the expiration of what we tried to give the party, the 1 year to see us through. And in the 1 year, what did I ask for? I asked for opportunity to be able to nominate and support candidates. And I want to thank every UPC member who offered themselves in this election. I thank you for offering and for carrying our flag into the general election. As a party, we were crippled, we were hamstrung, but we used whatever little resource we had in order to be there for our candidates and to support our candidates. Now, as I stand here today, Uganda People's Congress is the third largest party in the 12th Parliament of Uganda, where we should have been much stronger, but I am grateful all the same that we have emerged through the difficulties to be able to present a credible voice for the people of Uganda in the Parliament of Uganda. And this I was not able to do except with the whole team and the membership of UPC that we continue to stand. Honorable members of Parliament, the nation will be looking at you on the floor of the House in Uganda. You will be faced with many challenges, and you'll be rated against others who've been there before on the UPC ticket. Our party lawyer and the member here was able to demonstrate well above how UPC will approach and will not allow things which are not straight to be able to pass through. We expect you to keep that spirit and that vigor on the floor of Parliament, that Uganda People's Congress stands for the people of Uganda and will speak for the people of Uganda on the floor of Parliament. Furthermore, on that basis, I'm also congratulating the UPC whip, who has also been recognized by the leader of opposition and has been given an additional role. I have always maintained that our leadership and our members, where we have an opportunity to shine as UPC. Don't just go there and do a mediocre job. Go and do over and above what is required, such that UPC can continue to shine. UPC can be known for its values and its hopes in what they wish to bring forward for the people of Uganda. So, just even on the basis of that one, it is clear that Uganda People's Congress is going to remain active in all fora where we have representation. In the Parliament of Uganda, we're going to be there. We're not going to be quiet. We're going to be in the forefront in all areas of Parliament. In local government, where we have our members elected, I expect our members also to be there and carrying our voices forward without fear or favor, but being able to address the concerns of the people of Uganda. And that's the same spirit I want us to approach all aspects. Treat your fellow Ugandan with dignity and respect. There are many political parties, but treat each one with the dignity and respect. And on the floor of Parliament, whoever is reached Parliament, the people of Uganda, even despite what went through this election, I say the people of Uganda sent them there. I am careful not to endorse this election because I have grave difficulties on how this election was conducted. There are matters which, as a nation, we must address honestly and openly. So I want us, as Uganda People's Congress, as members of National Council, where we had issues which took place, we had people coming and changing declarations in the tally room. It didn't only happen in a jury, it happened severally. I was in the tally room in Lira City protecting UPC candidates step along the way. Though across the country, we had this sort of thing. Let us compile all our information. I have been able to discuss with the current chair of IPOD that we try to unpack what went wrong in this election systematically under IPOD. Let us address it. Because for me, this election was not acceptable. We cannot be conducting an election like this and expect everything to be moving smoothly. No. But I'm not going to be just shouting on the street or shouting everywhere. I want us to be able to unpack it systematically, orderly, that in future no Ugandan will have to go through what many of the Ugandans went through, many of the UPC members and many other political players went through. This should not happen. It should not happen ever again in Uganda. That is my position, and I hope members of the National Council of Uganda People's Congress can stand with me on that one to condemn practices which do not fall anywhere within the scope of what you can call a democracy. So that touches on some of the broader aspect of where we should be as a party and how we approach the next steps forward. I also want to make it clear to all members of UPC. For the 2026 election, I did everything in my power to see that UPC policies and programs, which were designed to help the people of Uganda, were going to be articulated. My hopes and prayer was how we had tried to carve a route which will make UPC a very significant voice of reason for the future of Uganda. My target in this election, despite the difficulties, despite the hurdles, was to secure a sufficient number of votes which would put UPC in a position where we could not be ignored. And that is where the work, the preparation started, the build-up started. How can we carve a route? And that route basically meant somewhere in the region of 1.2, 1.3 million votes. The dynamics, the whole dynamics of the national election changes. Because there you now create an avenue whereby it is difficult for any single player to get the 50+1. And this was done deliberately. Not just to create a stalemate, but to create a situation that when you create that situation whereby no individual player has a clean route, what do you bring on the table? Are you doing it for the sake of it, or are you bringing a different argument, a different position where you think the people of Uganda will benefit? So on my side, as the leader of UPC, I spent all my time developing policy positions which I can honestly and confidently stand before the people of Uganda and say what we presented to the people of Uganda is the best we could come up with and is the best which will be able to work. And this may sound like a very lofty claim, but I can stand by it. I can stand in any audience in Uganda and say what I presented on all these areas as the manifesto of Uganda People's Congress presidential candidate were designed and can work for the people of Uganda. That was the whole intention. And if we reach that situation whereby we'll reach that point where we have to talk, I wanted to be in a position to be able to present to the people of Uganda something which will stand the test of time, something which will stand scrutiny, something which will stand expert tearing apart. Will it stand? Will this policy be able to deliver? And that is what UPC is, as far as I'm concerned. UPC built its name on being able to deliver for the people of Uganda effectively. What we presented in 2026 was basing on the history, basing on the structure, basing on the understanding of what was done to present something which will be able to work. I know many will get caught offside by this one, but let me just use a few examples around that theory or around that basis. Of recent, we're being inundated with the question of the interns. And I've been open to say the question of the interns, for me, goes without question. Those interns need to be paid. Not tomorrow, yesterday. Reason being, UPC understanding, UPC ideology. The interns themselves are part of a system which delivers health services to the people of Uganda. Our job is to serve the people of Uganda. Now, interns are part and parcel of this health team which is supposed to be in place to deliver the services to the people of Uganda. The other day I saw during the State of the Nation, the president talk about the statistics. As a student of math, statistics, you can play around with statistics. You can make them say what you want to say. You can twist it, but there are certain facts you cannot get away from. When you have a statistics of 43, infant mortality rate at 43, what does it translate in real terms? It means out of the 100,000 live births, 43 Ugandan families are going to lose a child before the first birthday. Real families. Not a statistic now. This, you break it down. Out of every 100,000, 43 families are going to lose a child before the first birthday. Now, there are many factors to it. But if the factor is because there's no medicine in the health center, or the staff have been overworked that they're not able to do so, the health center is not equipped, the medical worker who's supposed to be in that health center to treat this young Ugandan has to work or commute miles and miles to be able to treat, then who takes the blame for that one? There's this biblical saying of that, how can I say I love God when I cannot love this person who I can see and feel? So how can we say we love God when a Ugandan child, 43 of them are going to die before their first birthday out of 100,000? If you put it on a national scale, it means 133,000 Ugandans are born every month. 4,400 every day. Now, out of those, some are going to die, but they should not die out of negligence. They should not die because we've not paid our interns. They should not die because we've not put medicines. They should not die because we don't care. As UPC, we must first demonstrate we care for the citizens. If you don't care for the citizens, what are you doing in politics? And if you don't care for the citizens, you will never deliver. You will give lip service. You will blame this one, you blame that one, but you're not going to deliver for the citizens of Uganda. And who is going to talk this one into the people of Uganda?
Is it not you as UPC? That is the history upon UPC was built. UPC will like talk about our 22 hospitals, 24 hospitals. We talk about them, but those hospitals were just part of a bigger picture. The hospitals are the pinnacle. The hospitals were provided between 2,200 to 2,400 extra beds for the citizens of Uganda. UPC went and promised the citizens of Uganda, we are going to increase the beds available for Ugandans by 78%. When the final audit was done, UPC did 82%, went over and above what we promised the people of Uganda, but we provided the beds. Not only did we provide the beds, we provided housings for the staff. But most importantly, we had to create it around the staff. The brick and mortar is the final thing. The brick and mortar is the easiest thing, but first you must build the manpower under which you can deliver health services. UPC did it when we didn't have the health services. We didn't have the training wings. So the limitations were there, but still UPC delivered 9,000 beds for citizens of Uganda. When you move around Uganda today, there's not a significant increase on that. The pinnacle are the hospitals, which we boast about. But below that one were the health centers, the sub-dispensaries. Those are the ones where services are supposed to be delivered. And today, if I'm supposed to stand here and say that I want to challenge, I want to compete with what UPC did, with the education tools we have, with the engineers, with the materials which we have, the amount of beds which we have to be able to put for the citizens of Uganda is far more for us to be able to say we've done something. I can stand confidently and say, I was able to look at the maths. How was UPC able to do it? How were they able to plan? How were they able to break it down? And to use that and to reconstruct for 2026, what are we going to present the people of Uganda? And that is why I can stand confidently and say that I was ready to present something which no critic will be able to break down as something which is just break out of somewhere. It is something which is well thought out, well calculated, and based on a strong foundation which our forefathers gave us. And that's the UPC which I want all of you to inherit. You should not be shy when you're standing there. You should be able to talk confidently. UPC cared for the people of Uganda, and there's no party which can compete with UPC as far as the care of the people of Uganda is. That is the space I'm fighting for. And that's why I said, even if whatever has happened, I'm not going quietly. I cannot go quietly. If I have the knowledge, before God, what am I going to say? Kids were dying. What did you say? What did you say? When you look at statistics, 26% of Ugandan children are stunted, physically stunted, malnourished. In Uganda, the pearl of Africa, we have 26% of our children stunted. And we can walk proudly that we are leaders, we are governing this country. When you have physical stunting, what happens to the mind? This Ugandan child who could possibly have had a potential to be anybody, what have you done when that child is stunted? After statistics show us 26% of Ugandans are stunted. And yet God has blessed us with a country, wonderful rainfall, beautiful soils. What are we doing? I can take you through UPC agricultural policies, which delivered. We're able to bring production issues up. We're able to serve the needs of the people. The farmers who were able to earn, those are UPC programs. And those programs, I put all of them in the manifesto where I could confidently stand before anybody and stand before God and say, I have brought this one in the best belief that this will work for the people of Uganda. So for some of us who were injured in this election, there are those who never understand the depth of the injury or the depth of the pain. But I'm forced to continue. I am forced to keep it going. I had to keep it going for my members of parliament to get through. I had to keep it going for my councillors to go through. I am trying to keep it going that we have the LC1s elected. But let us not at any point lose the real basis of why UPC came into being. UPC came into being to serve the people of Uganda.
not our own interests, but to leave a legacy of service to the people of Uganda. All of these things, I can honestly say, we put them in depth in our manifesto. During the State of the Nation, the President decided to dwell on agriculture. Agriculture is a UPC bedrock. UPC depended on that. UPC worked on programs how to empower the citizens. Today, I struggle. As UPC, our focus had been, or rather what we defined ourselves, we're fighting against poverty, ignorance, disease. Majority of Ugandans are employed in agriculture. So you come up with policies which will empower them in agriculture. Those policies were there. At the moment, farmers are left to their own devices. There's an interesting thing when I was doing part of my research, and I'm glad to have many teachers amongst my MPs. When you read the NRM first Rehabilitation and Development Plan, for me, it's a plagiarization of the UPC program. But there's a very interesting thing which comes out and which to me shows the difference in thought or the difference in purpose. And this touched on the issue of fish. UPC had approached China to help rehabilitate the fish industry. You find Uganda Fishnets was established in 1969 under UPC. And the minute it had collapsed, it was one of those industries to be rehabilitated. And UPC was not the issue of taking money and giving to this industry or giving to this individual. The money would go through Uganda Development Bank. The priorities were set by government. We want industry rehabilitated. These industries, you go to the market, you apply for Uganda Development Bank. So now I hear the president talk about recapitalization, Uganda Development Bank, this is going to be the avenue. But who set it up? Maybe you didn't know what it was for, but it has been there. I think Uganda Development Bank is almost as old as me. It was set up late 60s. When we were doing the 69, the Nakivu pronouncement, it was set up as an investment arm of Uganda. So if the president is trying to teach me about investment of Uganda Development Bank, I should be the one teaching him on why it was set up by UPC. And it was funded. So the development which occurred in the 80s was well thought out, well funded, and it is UPC which inherited the collapsed economy and raised it up. So the funding which NRM got under that rehabilitation and development plan, it was roughly $700 million. That was the UPC brainchild. And they only got it when they adopted market economics. There's a video I sent. I don't know if somebody can be able to put it up. Are you guys able to put up the video? I want the video of 1981 where Milton Obote was explaining on the floor of Parliament the measures. And the key element which I want to catch there is something which has been going on and on for time to time. But I really I am seeing in the comments the issue of volume. Can we do something? It's been sorted? Okay. Are you ready with the video? The video here, for me, is very fundamental, but for many people, it gets lost. It touches on the fundamentals. In June of 1981, the president of UPC is talking about the market mechanism, auctioning foreign exchange. This is long before anybody was talking about it anywhere. In June 1981, UPC presented it. UPC managed a float which was unified in the budget split of 1984. NRM, the first budget, which was read by Professor Mulema of DP, fixed it now back to a fixed exchange rate at 1,400. That was in August of 86. Then Dr. Chionga, who's now back as Minister of Finance in 87, fixed it also at 1,400. But later on in that same period, that is now where liberalization took place, where they changed the currency. So I saw in Chankwanzi somebody struggling to get a job, in maybe Minister of Finance, when I talk about romanticizing the history. The romanticization is there. UPC brought in liberalization. We opposed privatization, but we brought liberalization. Then the two are not the same. Liberalization on the currency, we first opened the currency. Beginning 1981, completed 1984. NRM came, reversed it 1986, reversed in 1987. Then we were forced to go to a market rate in 1987, and that is now when they started getting money using the UPC program. Why am I emphasizing this one? Because people seem to be thinking NRM Museveni brought this issue of market economics. He did not. He's an accidental capitalist. Completely accidental. He came completely left-wing with programs which even those of us who are left of center will never embrace. But circumstances caused him to go that way. Now, which UPC is going there to learn economics? Are there UPC members ready to go there to learn economics from somebody who accidentally fell into something which UPC was way ahead of it? Fault me on anything, but fault me on things of substance. Have you got the video? I'm seeing the video on that screen there. Can it be played for members to follow? Yes, that's the one. Now, is that on YouTube or which forum?
This resulted in uncontrolled. As we increase and diversify our exports, Mr. Speaker, available for the Lake Katwe Salt Project, the Hima and Tororo cement factories, and our textile mills.
I'm not getting the volume here. I don't know if people get the volume on the other side.
Sir, funds are available for a countrywide urban water development scheme and improvement on the rural water supply. Mr. Speaker.
Where possible, put it in the chat within where members may be able to follow. They should be able to get it on the chat if you can't play it live. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, put it there.
Official rate.
This, for me, is 110% proof. 1981, Milton Obote on the floor of Parliament on the dispatch box talking about floating the Uganda shilling. Let it find its value.
Per US dollar.
That's the beginning of the market economics of Uganda. It was reversed 87, 86, 87. Then 87, they go back to it, but they also take the UPC program from beginning to end.
The shilling
challenge me. Recovery program versus rehabilitation and development plan.
In exchange for
rehabilitation and development plan is a plagiarization of the UPC
in other
program.
words,
almost word for word.
The available foreign exchange
but UPC kept on developing, kept on adding.
Will be sold freely.
So, as UPC in 2026, what role do we want to play? Do we want to play as backbenchers sitting aside, or do we want to be part of the conversation of the future of Uganda? I want to be part of that conversation. I sought to be part of that conversation. I was cut down away to be part of that conversation, but I'm not going to keep quiet on this particular issue. So on all the areas which I can talk about, agriculture, what are we doing it for? Farmers are crying, farmers don't get fair prices.
That is the license.
When we have post-harvest losses, who are we to blame?
Governing travel.
Is it the poor farmer at the end or the government? We should be able to plan. We should be able to organize storage. We should be able to consolidate on what we have.
The float of the shilling.
We have some of the best things, and that's why I keep complaining. Why is Uganda, we cannot have an excuse for malnourishment in Uganda. And at 26%. Before God, we should be shamed. How can God bless you with all this climate, all these fruits, all these beautiful things, and we have 26% of our children stunted? Something is wrong with us. From my thinking, my understanding, the greatest gift of Ugandans is its people. That's the UPC philosophy. The people, number one. So if the people malnourished, we put 20,000 shillings per student per year. Per student per year. Can you educate a child for 20,000? Now, which families are these who cannot raise 20,000 shillings for their child in Uganda today? That is our UPE on paper, 20,000 shillings per student per year. But which parent, if there's a parent who does not have 20,000 shillings for their own child for one whole year, are we talking about our poverty figures? Do they make sense? That we are now middle income, I don't know, $1,000, but 20,000 you don't have for your child. And they insist you don't pay. Don't pay, don't pay. Is this the Uganda we want to give to the next generation? As a leader of UPC, I'm saying, no, we cannot. We must fight for those children, those village children who are not getting this 20,000. They must have an opportunity to be something in Uganda. It should not be an accident of birth that you're born somewhere that you're going to go through this crisis. No. So as UPC, I can touch on any area of development, and I'll give you the UPC alternative. But I want to go further and continue on this issue of the medics and the interns. One of the areas which I did when I was being tortured for this election was I shared some policy positions which UPC had developed. And the basis of this one was to show that reports which was being circulated is that Akena is trying to create chaos in Uganda. People are being cut up in Lira. I think 2 people died. And basically the story behind it was Akena is trying to incite or create some level of insurgency. And I said, for me, mine is ideas. So I presented 3 policy positions freely. And I said, please cross-check it. Cross-check the math, cross-check the notions, cross-check the theory behind it. They did cross-check. And on all 3 areas, UPC scored very highly. One of the areas is what I've been talking about lately, the housing. Affordable housing for this underserved area. Most loans or whatever which you can get for housing is for the higher end. But where is the housing for the midwife? The housing for the nurse? The housing for the lab technician? Beyond the interns, those are people who also help the interns work. A doctor cannot work without this support team. Where are those teams being housed? UPC presented, costed, and said, please, cross-check. Does it make sense? There's a big tier of workers, essential workers. The time when you had COVID, these are people who were expected to work. Policemen, prisons officers, civil servants were expected to work. But do we ask ourselves, where do they live? How do they live? Part of the process of developing these issues, where you come across somebody, maybe somebody is 50, about to face retirement, does not own a property. Do you know how scary it is that you're going to retire, you worked your whole life, there's no more work left to do, and you don't have a property? You talk about security. What security do I have if I'm living my life and I don't know where I'm going to end up? If I die today, where will my children be? Do they have a shelter? Those are questions which people must address. And us in the business of dealing with people must be able to have solutions, must be able to project that the Uganda which we want will work for all of us. That's the UPC which I aspire to lead. I prepared for this election. and let anybody come and challenge me on any policy angle. I will be able to unpack it both historically and for the future. That is what we worked for. And I'm still going to have to push this issue because these are answers for today. The answers which I have today in the manifesto is not for the 2031. A week in politics is a long time. We saw this last week of politics, I mean, before the swearing in. There were people who were on top of the world. Before the things are settled, you don't even know where up is, down, left, right. You get confused. But here I must also condemn Ugandans. Ugandans cheer when a thief is stoned. Many ignore, many say, ah. We recently just had a national team player, mistaken identity, stoned, killed. Our anger, where we're directing our anger. Somebody was stealing until the whole world could see. It's only when it rocked the government that now government say, hey, no, we have to act. But this person was stealing left, right, and center. Everybody could see it. But people still, we respect them. People cheer them. They honor them. Are we correct? We honor ill-gotten wealth. Then somebody, a petty criminal, we are cheering that one is being stoned to death. Ugandans, we need to get our priorities correct. And as UPC, our priorities must be, how do we address the questions of development in Uganda? I have here notes to tackle many areas of policy concern, but I think it may take too much of our time. But I do want to touch on manpower. Question. When you look at how UPC expanded the health services, it started with the manpower development or knowing the manpower needs. We need doctors, we need nurses, we need lab technicians, we need this whole workforce to that extent, and that is how it was guided. The brick and mortar aspect is the least aspect of any development. If we talk about education, we must start with the development of those who are going to provide the education. And hence this issue of what they've done with the teachers, I've always condemned it. I don't know the difference between an art and science teacher because there are kids who are gifted this way, others are gifted that way. But you may find I may be a scientist, but the teacher who reaches me and motivates me is an art teacher. The one who wakes me up. The one who makes me realize that life is more than this. Why are we mistreating them? Why are we not providing the housing which I'm talking about? That is the UPC I want to see. That is the UPC I want to lead. So before we got interrupted, we had started election of the structures. We had completed in some areas of the structures. My feeling is that we must continue. Where we got interrupted, we must continue to renew our structures. And this structure was based on the village. I must thank the members who participated very actively. And the numbers which we were working out was to help us projecting on the presidential. But let us continue on our party processes. Let us organize the party. Let us make sure that the party is ready to respond. That by the time we're now dealing with other issues of the delegates conference, we can be able to have a party which is organized and well presented to tackle the problem which the people of Uganda face. Let me not continue on this area of policy questions. I am frustrated because I should have said most of these in the campaign trail. It should have been following me now that I should be defending it, but now I find from time to time I am still having to articulate what should have been articulated earlier and should have been part of the debate. But I remain clear on this one. Everything we presented, the math is okay, the purpose is clear, and I'll stand by it throughout. So once again, I thank you, members of National Council, for joining us, both online physically and people of Uganda need a party which can speak for and on their behalf. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable members, in consultation with the President, we have readjusted the agenda. Instead of having one general discussion, I'll receive members and open the discussion. For record purpose, when you are standing to speak, introduce yourself, the position you're holding, and the district you're coming from. The floor is open. Let us come forward.
My name is Indiko Abizwena, woman leader, Mukono District. Mr. President, Madam Chair, Madam National Chairperson, members of the National Council, I beg to move the Council to resolve and resolution that the Uganda People's Congress, the party cooperates with the political party in representation in the Parliament of Uganda as per 2026, 2031 on the term of case-by-case basis. This proposal is to enhance on the party constitutional provision in accordance to Act 221 of Unity, in accordance to Act of 223, Democracy, in accordance to 224, Social and Political Development, in accordance to Act of 229, Corporate and Relation, in accordance to Act of 2215, Good Governance and Ethics. I beg to propose. Thank you.
Thank you. We are still in for discussion. Other members are still free to come in, especially those online have received notice from Karamoja. Can you zoom to Karamoja? As Oscar is preparing, any other person is free to also join in the discussion and give their resolutions or input as per the party president report. Kabong district. As we are waiting for Kabong, I've seen Bunyoro sub-region. Bunyoro. The technical team, can you find out? Someone is saying they are speaking. Others, please unmute so that we can hear only one person. As we sort those online members who are physical, Honorable Peter Achuda, you're welcome.
Thank you. Once again, my name is Peter Obong Achuda. I'm the Member of Parliament, Marusi. I want to thank the party president for his call. I want to thank everyone in attendance. I have risen up on the last statement that the PP mentioned, that is about the party structures. I want to believe that to some extent, we are already started with the processes of formulation of the party structures. I witnessed it in our region, but I want to say, to me and to other people, they could have also looked at it the way I felt it. The formulation was done when it was prematurely organized. The reason I am saying is the people whom we entrusted with the responsibilities of steering the party activities, the processes of identifying and ensuring that the party candidates were presented and defended before the masses. Some of them, since they were not inducted, they were not briefed so well about the doctrines of the party, went the other side. And because of that, some of our candidates lost the elections, not because they were ready to lose, but because the people who should have stood with them left them midway. I wanted to propose that Mr. PP and the executive members, with the support from the members of parliament, this commission of structures, the process should start afresh, where possible, so that our people are trained, they are indoctrinated, so that whoever would be willing to come up to take up the leadership position within the party should come not from the forces of demand of resources, but should come from the forces of the will and the love for the party. Otherwise, what happened was people came knowingly that this was the time of election, and they came with a lot of expectations. Just like as the party president said, the party didn't have enough resources to support the candidates. So some of our party members, the structures, went and campaigned against the party candidates because the party candidates had no money to give them what they had expected to receive. So I wanted to put this as a request that, or as a proposal that if time allows, and for us to rely on time, our resources may not be enough, but if time allows, we get back on the ground, we start the processes of mobilization so that we get to formulate a fresh process of identifying people who can manage the party right from the grassroots. Otherwise, the ones we have now, believe me, 90% are becoming online. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Any other member? Yes. Honorable Max? Faisal, can I have someone moving the mic?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. President, my colleagues, members of the cabinet and members of parliament, and all delegates from the different places here present and online. My name is Maxwell Akora. I'm the National Treasurer of UPC and a former member of parliament from Arusi County. Here I rise to, one, I had my own submission, but I also want to comment on the issue raised by my successor, Honorable Peter Bong, on the issue of the grassroots elections. Our cycle of elections are normally every 5 years, or should be every 5 years, from the presidency, from the grassroots up to the presidency. And the timing is normally a few months, only a few months to the general elections, to the campaign period. It's normally in either July, August, September. Nominations take place in October, campaigns start in November. So there's a lot of activity in a very narrow period of time. So in line with what Honorable Peter Bongachude has said, I want to agree with him that one, last year when we were going through this process of grassroots elections, the process was interrupted in many ways. One, by lack of funds, and two, by the court case that was brought by Mr. Enap Adim. That derailed the process, and the process was never completed. Secondly, of course, when you're coming to elections, there's so much jostling for positions. People are eyeing who should we put here, for what reason. And so it derails us from our goal. Normally, it brings a lot of divisions and fractures within the party. That derails us from our goal. So my proposal, in line with what Honorable Bongachude has suggested, is that we should come up with a whole new roadmap. We have a new lease of life following the court ruling last year. We should use this opportunity, this window, to come up with a roadmap for the party to reorganize. We cannot talk about completing or commencing the elections without a roadmap. I think it's the duty of National Council to approve or come up with that roadmap and give it to cabinet to implement. That we should now agree when do we want the grassroots elections to be held everywhere in Uganda. Because even now, if we ask which districts have submitted their list of delegates or their structures, I don't think we have that list. And I'm a member of cabinet, suddenly. I'm sorry to say this. But we must have a new process so that we do not time it with the elections of 2031. Even for the presidency of UPC should be determined in the middle of a term, that as we are going to elections, that president would have had time to make himself known to the country. If we elect, say, in this is 2026, if we elect in 2027 or 2026, we would have 4 years to sell the party and then go to the election of 2031. Rather than electing the president in October 2031, when the elections are in October 2030, when elections are in January 2031, it doesn't make sense. So let us come with a practical roadmap that looks at everything: grassroots elections from branch structures, sub-county structures, constituency structures, district structures, national council, delegates conference, then election of party president, and then a new cabinet. So that is my proposal. Having said that, I also want to thank the president for his very enlightening remarks about his vision for the party. And I want to say we appreciate your efforts, despite the many challenges that you have faced, and we face as a party. We need to engage. We need to assess our strengths. Where are our strengths and where are our weaknesses? How do we need to engage? Because it's about making UPC relevant, rebranding, or making it
palatable or acceptable to the people. We need to engage not just with the powers that are, but also with the population to recruit new people. We need to sell the party. The party has gone through a very difficult period, the last 6 years since 2005, and we need to re-engage. We have a very large history. We have a very good ideas that UPC has come up with in the past, but those ideas are no longer cherished or known to the people. We need to rebrand, we need to repackage, we need to a new start. Every party, every being, every organization reinvents itself every so often, and we must do that. And the time is now if we need to engage. Thank you, Chair, and thank you all members present.
Thank you, Honorable Maxwell. Your proposal has been taken up. Technical team, can you check on the regional chair of TESO, Carl Peter? Members are having problem with logging in. Yes, on national workers.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. President, I want to thank you very much in conjunction with the National Chair for calling this meeting, but also for putting it clear that court cleared the question that most UPC members were being confused by our enemies that your leadership is challenged. I want to repeat it here in National Council, especially for those who are following, who are being misled, that the leadership of the Honorable Jima Kena was cleared by the very court. I don't know which court some members go. I was so happy that you mentioned it here, the communication. And for information of the members who are here, the cabinet, and also our honorable members of parliament who have joined us today. National Chair, I wish to be on record that we should take this move a little further now that we have that mandate. And I want to give you information that in reference to Article 25 of the Constitution of UPC, a step has already been taken. A letter is already in the office of the Secretary General, as guided by our Constitution, moving a notice of intention.
We shall come to that. Let's first stick to the communication.
It came from his communication.
Let's stick
he
to
touched
that.
on leadership, and I am very strategic
We will come back
that
to
one, because he touched on it, and that is an area where many people get confused about who's doing what. So many people are doing. It's a very sensitive matter. People are following us out there. They must know that this leadership, the party president is in charge. There is nobody. This leadership is not questionable. And wherever they go, they should take this information. If they want, can share with them. We don't want a scenario where somebody masquerades as another party president. Yet the law of this country, of this land, Uganda, agrees that the leadership of Honorable Jima Kena is the substantive leadership. Therefore, when you come to the crux of that matter, and this is the media, you should be on record that this is the right leadership, and that we have a right as the cabinet and the members in parliament, as guided by our constitution. Article, I quote Article 25(2). Any member of the party moves, and already members move, that we take this further to the delegates conference. I beg to clarify, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other member? Yes, the Assistant Secretary General.
Madam Chair, Mr. President, sir, and all the members around, I am Bakabulindi Beni Chigongo, the Assistant Secretary General. The President hinted on the policy positions and the policy papers he produced. To me, I feel those papers should be circulated because we did not get a chance to be presented to the public. I hear a few MPs and a few people who stood for positions came up, but other people did not get a chance to get those policy papers. I pray, Mr. Treasurer, your pockets are not too mean to produce a few leaflets and policy papers and positions to send them out in collaboration with the Secretary General. I cannot leave you off hook, but all the same, these papers are needed. Other people should read, interpret, and circulate them. Otherwise, we can say we have policy positions, we have policy papers. They are not known. We cannot leave the burden on the president alone, go and preach the gospel. Other people should do the same thing so that UPC can be heard and be understood. And another aspect, or in another episode, Mr. President, you talked of these mechanisms we can work with other people. They should also be stipulated. If it is the wish and acceptance of this National Council, they should give us that that permission, and we come out with clear guidelines and guidelines so that people may not be confused here and there, but at least we move with guidance, we move in one direction so that we can be understood very well. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't help me.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. For record purposes, my name is Kawesa Jensovia. I'm the leader from Luwero District of the Uganda People's Congress. Madam Chairperson, I've had the discussions on the report by the President, and I stand here to move a motion. However, Madam Chairperson, as a lawyer, I wouldn't be unfair on my part to move a motion without substantiating the legal provisions of the Constitution of the UPC in regards to the motion and then to move. Sorry. Okay, is that better now? Yes, as I was saying, my name is Kawesa James Ovia. I'm a Congress leader from Luwero District. And I also reiterated that I've had a discussion regarding the presentation by the report by the President, and I intend to move a motion in that regard. However, I also wanted to move this council to provisions in our Constitution. I know there are so many presidential wannabes out there who are very interested in whatever we are doing and the legal provisions there too. So for their comfort, I want to recite the Constitution of the party. Article 12 provides for this National Council seated here. And 12.2, Article 12, subclause 12.2 provides for the duties of this National Council, but particularly subclause 4 to make rules and regulations for the implementation and enforcement of the party constitution. Then I also interest myself in subclause 8 to make guidelines on any special program of the party from time to time. And 11, to initiate and undertake such activity as may further the values, aims, and objectives of the party. Further, 13 provides for the further Article 13. Members, I hope we are there. 13.2, subclause 3, that the Delegates Conference receives and discusses the reports of the National Council, the Party President and the Secretary General, and the National Treasurer. So back to my motion. I move that it be seated on this 13th day of the Party President and the status of the party is considered for presentation before the Delegates Conference as provided for in Article 13 as just read. I beg to move, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Kawesa. Seconder of the motion, seconded by Osinde, Honorable Kiring, Ochen, the whole house. Thank you so much, honorable members. The paper. Status of engagement under IPOD or inter-party organization for dialogue. Mr. President, once again, I welcome you to come and brief the members of the council.
I had hinted on the matters of IPOD in my general address, but more specifically, under IPOD, over the last 5 years, we have not had much headway. The summit of offsets, there are many matters which have not been discussed. Prior to this, there had been an agreement concerning the funding which is entitled to political parties with representation in parliament during election. So during the elections of 2021, UPC was entitled to an equal share of the funding, which total was 10 billion shillings. Of that 10 billion shillings, there were 5 political parties represented in the parliament. So UPC was entitled to 2 billion. If you recall, on the floor of parliament, there's a point where I clashed with the speaker and I was concerned about the amendments which were being done. These amendments were supposedly to allow for funding now to be done under the Political Parties and Organization Act. And from 2021-2022 budget, we have been able to secure an additional funding for political parties, which came about under the chairmanship of IPOD by UPC. We got a mutual agreement to increase the funding from 10 billion to 25 billion, which meant that under the 2026 election, UPC should have been entitled to 4.5 billion for this round of election. So the debt to UPC amounting to a total of 6.5 billion under IPOD. That's the funding side of things. We had hoped that some of those fundings would have come with the breakfast of the process of the party process, the structural process, and the elections, and that money is spent. Matters before IPOD, we were able to discuss. I had even a meeting last week with the chair of the IPOD summit, and I put forward matters which, as parties, I think we need to discuss. One of the issues that I mentioned, the conduct of election. I have serious concern about the conduct of election. I have serious concern about the sanctity of the register. We had problems with the register. I was one of those whose name disappeared from the register. And how I know my name disappeared from the register is when we were compiling the supporting signature of my candidate, which used the EC website. Because your member has put their details there, you enter that detail, and it normally gives you the name of the person and consequence. So in cross-checking these signatures need to submit in the electoral commission. There were some where we're getting so many rejections, some rejection may not make sense. Now when we ended our own IDs, that is when mine and Honorable Betty were missing. And in this election, we found, in some cases, it concluded an election. Somebody was declared elected unopposed because somebody else has disappeared from the register. So a national register for an election should not be something of, it should be clear. It should be known. And our structures form around that register. So I want us in IPO to discuss some of those issues. What is the role also of ISO in a national election? I kept asking that one. What role does ISO have in a national election? Maybe to help some candidates, but I also want to clearly address within our context. We also had the issue of before the election, one of the candidates for the 2021 election went on record publicly saying that there were 1 million votes smuggled in 2021. Now, if we have a system which can allow 1 million votes, you can this how this conversation can happen. So that serious integrity. It's serious question of the integrity of the election. If one of the candidates participates in the election, there is on the tune roughly to the tune of 10%. The election is not accurate. That's a sample book. Those are areas around IPO. And my view around IPO, every political party with representation in parliament deserves the respect of us as UPC. Whoever is in the parliament of Uganda with the blessings of the people of Uganda deserve our respect. We're not going to belittle any player, we're going to treat each of these political players as equals in that context that they're all members of the National Assembly. And matters which affect the people of Uganda don't affect the people of Uganda. I hope in the last December, one of the elements about which we discussed under IPOD was interest rates. Interest rates is something which cuts across the political lines. It's not UPC, it's not TP, it's not NRM, but these are interest rates which affect the citizens of Uganda. Some of the interest rates are completely untenable, and we need some action. So we need to build consensus around those issues. Some of the other issues which the chair of IPOD wanted was some of the questions which we had previously on how do we move the country forward. On difficult problems which were faced, how to deal with reconciliation, how do we seek to work each other, how do we find ways of how to move ahead. I, as you see, I have said I'm very much of point because it has been our policy always to be open to dialogue. Even if you don't agree with the person who you're sitting down with, you must know. We are possible trying to talk, trying to explain the issues. So I urge us as members of the Uganda People's Congress, let us remain open to dialogue, both internal and external. Let's talk to one another, even if the people who were talking to us disappointed us and loved us and ruined our lives, let's try to find it with ourselves. People should criticize dialogue with the person too. So let me stop on that point about dialogue is concerned. As of now, move ahead. But we need dialogue. This is the only Uganda we have. And I don't want this political players trying to polarize it and trying to make things untenable. This is the only Uganda we have and intend to remain in this Uganda and want all of us as Ugandans to enjoy and to be able to find in Uganda. But also to be able to express ourselves without fear. So if I have a problem with budgetary, express. Let's have the dialogue and see how we can go. Madam Chair, I think for now I want to stop here. But there was an issue which I asked from the other team, maybe you can bring me the benefit of it, because just take my time. You know, thank. What's this one? This one. Just it. Because it's not president of the last year, that's again, it's the whole campaign. And the opportunity now to also discussions on the key areas that the president has talked about. So our engagement with other with parties, our ambitions are serving the general election, which one is open. We can see myself. Ready to play. You know? This one. So. How many people ready? Yes, speaker. Stop. Oh. Oh, the phone. No, please. Yeah, please. That's a whole. What of this was about? No. Just ask the general construction. Is it on? Wait.
As we wait for the technical team to sort those online members who are inside and physical here, this is the time to discuss the matters raised by the question. So, yes, one of us. Okay, but we're okay with the microphone. So that your position and this.
So, wonderful. And it's us. It's happening. You see, I hope this too. Shape. Mr. President, this meeting, honorable member of the parliament, and I just have a new family. Firstly, election, there are things that are happening. Being one of the past but the state are not as the leader. Yes, I have a question. But I realize that. I don't know, maybe in other regions, if things are formalized, where maybe, because like, when I example, like, they came and asked me,
what qualified me, what should maybe I'm the chairman about this thing. There will be no, there will be nothing. So, if would be okay. That's maybe party to give a point for a legal document to the chairperson. So, different regions of these three years. So that at least they have the energy and it's something that gives them more power to exercise their duty in these various issues. Because what we're doing here, we are looking at something to the party group across and this is one of the challenges that was there that believes can be addressed. So the other is yes, being a new person who came into the party and commented straight away. Like some of said, there was no induction. And of course, because there was no induction, there are a lot of gaps that were there. So you find the Kabul district will be the whole one moving around. The structures really were not there. The straight out there are no structures from down. So you find that we are struggling to move, and then at the end of the day, this change as we leave because there are no people that will remain there and now the courage to stand for the party deep in the middle. So I would love maybe in the future as we go on preparing for the next round. These things consider the work plan, maybe shared by all the members. So that we know what's going to happen, this one is taking place in the next. So that everybody is right. So this is my input. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity to thank for public question. No any complications. Okay. That's what's happening. I also want to thank you, Sam.
Papa.
Thanks for helping for the net contact with Red Group. January. Do I ever to see you the field? We invite us organization that are asking for your benefits.
Again, but
then do I ever to see a member of parliament, which is a big achievement. We populated us the same as the country. And there is one thing that is when we were moving around, but you alone. But recently, we see some letter regulating where someone is supporting that the extent of people nominating executives throughout the country, and even promising that it's calling for a delegate conference. I had expected that your question would afterwards tell us about that. I don't want to be enough, I don't want to go to the wrong. And I'm expecting so much yes to be why? And I keep hearing how people are living up Africa. Please, that kind of questions. And yet they know that we are the person. One should at least know what action being taken at the country to be as well. To deal with that kind of rising water. And then secondly, as the chair of the district, I also wanted to add my voice to what the chair about but really teaching you as the chairperson. Because there are things we have to start here. But we can discuss on today. Leaders in the party. Now I wish to really share with us and give us time to discuss. The discuss internal matters with you, how things are moving, because we also participated in this election. But from what you probably hear now, things that we also need to discuss here. So I think that's and also President members of Parliament around all the stakeholders of the party who are around here, our brothers and sisters who are online. I believe our technical team is handling being well to fit over there in this discussion. I have access to present, especially on the issue of IPO. There's need for us to interface with different stakeholders in the country. Unless we get engaged on political parties, people think we are not becoming the party. Because we can get engaged with other political parties to position and even the party in the leadership. So people at the grassroots, when they hear this, social media and other media houses, they think the party as UPC, not from other political parties. We need to operate within a cycle so that our country, Uganda, will participate in the development of the country. We have bright ideas. We have the ideas of UPC, the philosophy of UPC, that should be managed by the government. We have talked about housing for civil servants. We have talked about internship. We have ideas. We need to sell these ideas out. We cannot become rigid as Uganda People's Congress with our ideas, and yet we want better income. Secondly, a very important project for us to mobilize together as a team. We are members of Parliament and we are here. We don't want this thing to be embedded in the hands of our individuals. We need to move as a team together in other parts of the country where we have very few members, so that the party ideology is sold to other members. We need to bring the youth way that used to be very driver. Those days, we need to bring them to the party. We need to bring people who are energetic, because there are other activities that need the youth. And there are activities that need people who are in order to advise the technical people, to advise people who are taken up new in the leadership, so that tomorrow we still have the continuity of our political party. I am here because I've been supported by the party. Member of Parliament representing Douglas South constituency, Douglas district, but I did not think because of the party we don't have taken. Therefore, I have that ability to give it back to the party. In conclusion, I don't know whether the party has read a clear position on the delegate conference, so that the other issues that are must we need to set this back to the delegate conference so that we involve other stakeholders. There should be the know of what is taking place, because the social media is telling us those things. But the president, but we don't have to, but the president, we have only one, but the president. Today we have national council, and if other people also do it, you know, social media, they take it, media houses take it and they're airing it out. And yet the validity
lies in the hands of where we are, floor 6, Ivana House. Thank you so much.
What else for Shema?
Thank you. Madam Chairperson, Party President, and by name Zogram Donald, a member of the National Council from Shema District. My concern is standing on discipline, which is in the party. It has become a song of the day, whereby party member is going out, malingering with a party flag, going to other parties, claiming the relationship where the party organs, they are not aware, they are not concerned, and it also claims to be among of the party member. UPC used not to have discipline, but I don't know what is taking place today. I think it is high time for us to come out and clean our house. We either become Muslims and we go in Shughuli and we pray as Muslims, or we are Catholics. You cannot say that the party you are organizing a relationship with another party when the secretary is not aware, the party president is not aware, and you are even on at the top leadership of the party. It's wrong. It's wrong, and I beg this meeting to come out with a resolution such that by the delegates conference to handle that. There is one president in the party. Then those who are saying they are presidents, we also need to show that UPC will move as one. We don't have another office of UPC than Uganda House. But you will hear there is one at Cham Towers, then there is one, I don't know if it's no longer, was still there. But those, they have gone ahead, holding our party flag, abusing it. You hear them cutting deals. Then at the end of the day, they are fighting over the deals they have cut. Then they bring the confusion within the party members. And everybody has ordered the, I think it has to stop. Mr. President, we shall have to support you, and whoever will stand on your way, we shall carry him out. We are here not for joke. We know the person we voted. And we know the procedures, how you are to become a UPC president. I think it's high time, my fellow members, to act. Why do you welcome those members when they come in districts? Somebody is coming, parading himself as a party president, and you find a whole cabinet minister. You are hosting that person in your house. Somebody is claiming he's a party president. At some functions, you are taking him, say, this is a party president. I think, wow. I submit my question, my concern. We need to act now. We need to protect our party. And the time is now. Thank you.
All right, we have taken note of that. Maybe before we decide, let me first hear from members who are online. I can see their hands up. The technical team, can you have them on?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you getting me?
Yes, and loud and clear, proceed.
This is the Kajura Matia, the regional chair for Bunyoro sub-region.
Yes.
Mr. President, cabinet members present, members of parliament present, regional chairperson present, all protocol observed. I would first of all thank you, Mr. President, for calling upon members to attend this very, very important and fruitful meeting. On behalf of UPC Bunyoro sub-region, we are very, very happy and grateful for your leadership guidance that you have given us over the years. We still promise to continue working for Congress under your guidance, and members who participated in 2021 2026 general elections, most of them are here. They have logged in. They have told me to appreciate you for all the support that you gave them, the physical support and the financial support that you gave to each and every candidate that held the Congress flag in Bunyoro sub-region. They are so grateful and happy for that good gesture that you showed to them by standing with them. We also appreciate you, Mr. President, for sparing some time to come in Kiriandongo District, Karuma Town Council, to campaign for our flag bearer, the mayor of that town council. We cannot take that gesture for granted. I stand here to confirm and tell you, Mr. President, that the Bunyoro sub-region has been there to support you, and we are still with you because we know you came to Hoima, you came to Masindi, talk to these people elected you as their president, as their leader, and we still maintain that position as we speak. There is nobody who has come to us in the region to either ask for support or to stand for any candidate during campaigns. Nobody has been here apart from Jima Kena. Nobody has gone beyond the efforts that you have put in to see the Congress flag is raised in Bunyoro sub-region. Mr. President, we thank.
Thank you. We are going to pick another person. Members, when you are speaking, let us try to keep time and give him only 1 minute per person.
Hello. Madam Brenda. Good afternoon, Madam Brenda.
Good afternoon. Please tell us your position and the district you are looking from.
This is Ochieng Oscar Mike, the chairperson, youth from Karamoja sub-region. We the people of Karamoja thank the party president.
Oscar, for record purpose, which district in Karamoja?
I come from Kotido.
Proceed.
Kotido.
Yes, proceed with your.
We the people of Karamoja thank the party president, Honorable Jimmy Michael Akena, for giving UPC members hope through the country and purpose that the issue of UPC leadership must be sorted in delegate conference, but not in court. as he has been doing it. We really thank Honorable Jimmy Michael Akena for the leadership he is showing to the people of Uganda. So we as people of Kotido, we really appreciate Honorable Jimmy Michael Akena, the party president. Thank.
Thank you. Have you got another person? I can still hear us seated. They are sitting.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
They are sitting loud and clear.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Dennis Peter Udong. I'm a member of the district committee. I'm representing workers. I want to take this opportunity and thank the party president and your executive members. We thank members of parliament who are present in Uganda House. We have a concern and the issues to raise in this meeting. We are raising the issue concerning the party president, who is the party president of UPC, the matter that are in court. How do we now elect the party president? We ask this meeting to resolve that the party president be elected and the constitution will be amended later. And right now, as we speak, I'm asking members for us not to talk about the issue of the party structure. Yes, the issue of the party structure, where right now so far we have the structure already in place. We have elected our party structure already, and what we can do right now is to talk about the time frame of having our party structure elections before the election of the general elections of Uganda. We ask that if it is possible, we resolve in this meeting that we have at least 1 year to the general elections. We have our party the party structure elections. These are our submissions as Lira City. We ask that we allow our people, members of the party, to have their elections 1 year prior to the general elections. But the structure that are already in place, let it be as it is. We call it we let it be as elected party members for 5. I think they elected for how long? For 5 years. And if the meeting resolves that,
Thank you.
we resolve that the conference be held to elect the party president.
Thank you, Honorable.
Before August.
Can we have another person? We have received your submission.
Okay, thank you. We have another person who want to speak. Hope you speak.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Are you logging in from?
Yes, I'm calling from Ginger City.
Yes.
This is of Wycliffe, representing the youth from Ginger. We are seated in a meeting and we have decided unanimously that let the National Council approve that the party president is there, and then the delegates core conference will have to make the amendment later as Ginger.
Thank you. We have taken note of that submission.
Yeah, we are all here, both Ginger City and the district, and we are seated in a meeting and we have unanimously resolved on that.
We have taken note of it. And we proceed
Thank
to
you.
another one. I can see some person is still trying to log in. I can see Kwania and Moro. Maybe we will start with Moro, then we end up with Kwania.
Hello. Hello. This is Jock Raymond, incubated from Kwania, Kwania district. I'm delegate representing Kwania in the National Delegates Conference. My main point is the issue of division in the party and the timing of election of the structures. The timing of the elections of the structures is so bad that it has brought a lot of division. So I want to emphasize and put point on the timing of this election. The timing of this election must be at the time when there is no any other national election, so that at least people where everybody is together. And also, I want to say, those to be elected must be those who are not pro-division. And also, at the time of this election, there must also be created a reconciliation committee, a committee that will bring people together after election. In most cases, people are so much divided by these elections, such that the party gets weaker and weaker. So if we take the right time to put people who can reconcile people after election, at least we'll see that the party structure will be working properly. And we should avoid this division in the party. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're left with only two, then we come back to those who are attending participants.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, this is Edward from Team N, Lamont District.
Yes, Lamont.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam, for having this conference. What I can say, we need the chairman and the other committee to settle the issue of the courts, and then the other structures can be done. Because if you can see, we must have at the beginnings, we wanted to do election of our presidents from another, and here we are very willing to participate in this election. We failed, but let them first settle the issue of the in the courts, and then after that we can do other things. So we love UPC so much. We like the UPC so much, and we want the party to progress. So the only thing what I can say is let them settle the issue, and then for us from the district, we are very humble. Once everything is done, then everything can be successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So the more technical team, do we still have people online?
Individual palang.
You are online.
Individual.
Out and clear.
Oh. Hello?
You can hear us.
Yes, this is Kung James Wapakabulo, Chairman, UPC Electoral District.
It's election.
Yes. Madam Chair, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. As well, I thank the party president and all members of the National Council presence in this very important meeting. I want to raise some 2-3 concerns. One, on the issue raised by the party president. And he noted about the July court of 2025 ruling. where he was presented as the party president of the UPC. And we were very eager to see that we present him for the position of the president. But along the way, there were a lot of issues here and then. So as a Leptong district, we want to quote it in our Article 2 of the Constitution of the party, where it talks about the interference, non-interference of the party activity by other people. It is so happening in that we have got issues where some people who pretend to be party members are coming in to stand in the way of the progress of the party in the name of the party president. Somebody quoted, but he never make it very loud and clear. So we want to make it a point that we as UPC, we must begin to clean our house today and not tomorrow, before we could reorganize ourselves for the next election. Our hearts were broken to see that the president was not in the ballot, merely because one person came in and claiming he's the party president, yet he has never mobilized even at the village level. And this is none other than Eddie Menap. I want to make his name loud and clear, because people seems to be going around the bush. Of recent, we learned him declaring himself as party president. We learned him making his cabinets across the country. But when you look around, you'll find that the gentleman is doing nothing in terms of mobilizing people of the party at the grassroots level. And this is it is a political society to UPC, as we know. Well knowing that our party president surrounded his presentation within the UPC aims, values, and objectives. That is in Article 12. That calls for unity, that's called for social and political development. In fact, what the president has mentioned is surrounded within the 18 aims, values, and objectives of the party. And I want to make it as a Leptong district. We are not going to give any space. Whoever is trying to undermine the integrity of the party, whoever is trying to undermine the progress of our party. And I want to make it as a voice of the people of Leptong that we are tired of the elements of Eddie Menap and his agents. So the party must have a position. It should not come and interfere with the party progress. That is one. Number two, number two is the revisions or the amendment of the party constitutions. I remember in 1967, when the former father of the nation, Dr. Apple Milton Obote, was very, very harsh on the other opposition party, that was DP. That DP was there in the country, but they have never revised the constitution. And I want to make it is now what is repeating in the UPC. Please, let's revise our constitutions. Let's amend the constitution. There is a lot of loopholes in our constitution. And we should do it now, before any serious activities are coming. A case in point is the issue of the party structures. And this issue of party structures were being defeated by the NRM merely because our structures are having few numbers at the village level. But when you look at the NRM, you will see that their structures are almost aligning to what the Electoral Commission is having. And when it comes to the special interest groups, UPC are defeated everywhere in all the positions, because our structures are still limited to the original one we had before independence. And this is very serious. As a Leptong, we have designed a mechanism of at least adding members, although it has not yet been amended, but we are doing our local arrangement to see that at the village level, our number also shoots up to 28, whereby we have included the elders of the council as members of the delegates at the village. We have included planning finance committee at the village. We have included disability to have the same number. So I want to propose to this council that we have our constitution revised where our structures are elevated from 7 at the village level to at least 28, so that we are able to put ourselves with the rest of other political parties. Lastly is the issue of party cards. Madam Chair, allow me express this one. In Alepton in particular, our members are almost crying for the party cards. And if there is an avenue where the party can produce these cards, we bring it down at the district, we sell it to our members. Our members are willing to buy at a moderate price so that it can also raise money to the party, because the issue of party cards is alarming at the local level. That is a very good identity for our members. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, I've seen members from the Triura, members from the Chibezi sub-region, the districts of Bistoro, Kabale. I've also noticed, I've also seen members from Renzori sub-region, Asese. I can also see members from Toroko district. I can see members from Kochkoto. I can see members from Buketi, the district of Busia, Chalecha. I've also seen members logging in from Vitorono. I've seen members logging in from Kapchora. At the right time, you'll all be given time to speak. Technical team, I can still see someone trying to raise something. Honorable members, I also want to inform you that we have members of parliament who are also attending online. I've seen the Honorable Jalameso Great. For my jury, I've seen Honorable Sarah Aputi, Umachi Bogoro. I've seen Honorable Leo Proporoso. I've also seen online the Honorable Auma Kenny, the woman member of parliament for Pania.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
You are speaking to Waro Talemo George from Masindi district. I want to thank the speaker and the president for the wonderful meeting we have had. I want to talk about two things. One, making our party common among the district. For our Firudis National Council, I would suggest that let us come down to register. I'm noticing a challenge whereby people we are minded of having at the district level, we forget going down. And this one affects us. That's where you find other parties big. Very people, other party competing, but which is not in our party. That is one. Then secondly, when we talk about the constitution, Madam Chair, I want to tell you this. The reason we are getting worse that someone is claiming to come on the UPC ticket is that people want to hold the primaries before we go for the general voting. We should agree in the constitution directly, but the party the party president is the one with the mandate to contest for presidency. I remain Warrot Alema George, the Secretary for Disabilities, Masindi District. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Walter from Masindi. You have captured your submission. Honorable members, I can still see a patch and the Vera district. There is also Radio Polo. I can also see West Nile. Can we pick them? I hope Anna is trying to log in. I don't know if she's still in.
Invite a patch. Invite a patch.
A patch, yes, a patch, we can hear you. A patch.
You should unmute.
Yeah. Ask them to unmute.
If you want to speak, you first have to unmute. The rest you unmute so that we can hear a patch. A patch. Can we go to Madio Polo? Oh, that is maybe Musa, not Madio.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody.
Apart, yeah, hearing you loud and clear.
What here?
Apart.
Yes, hello. Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am Tony Jasper, the Vice Chairperson UPC Apache.
Yes, Tony Jasper.
I want to thank the party president, you, the chairperson, and members of the cabinet, plus members of parliament and all members of the National Council who are attending today's extraordinary National Council meeting. I want to thank all those who have made their submission in as far as issues of reviving the party is concerned. We experienced a number of challenges as members of UPC, more particularly during the time of election, during the time for grassroots. I remember some of the party cabinet members came to Apache because we heard the number of issues that were engulfed with the election of the grassroots. And that made the grassroots in Apache municipality, which the election was supposed to take place, we ended up just picking names. So I am therefore supporting the issue of reviving and making sure that we begin to press the issues of grassroots election, because in Apache municipality and some part of the district, we heard a number of infights that many people that were involved in that election did not actually participate as expected. Like in most of the divisions, in most of the wards in the municipality, names were unpicked, which actually did not support those who were supposed to be fully committed in making sure that the party is en route at the grassroots. So I am therefore in total support of making sure that the grassroots elections should begin afresh. And as it was mentioned by Honorable Maxwell Akora, we feel that if we can have those elections early enough for us to mobilize vigorously within the district because it's actually it's not okay for us to mobilize within few months when election has been done in October or September, and we are supposed to mobilize for the general election, which is supposed to be in Feb. That one becomes very. So if we can make it within 3-4 years for us to have a vibrant committee on the ground, that will be very okay for us. So I expect that one to happen in such a way, but I am in total support of the party president moving around and making sure that we are fully supported. We, as a party, we are in total support. As a party district, we are in total support of the party president ongoing, and we don't want to see the issue of a dimming up in a party. And
thank you so much. If you are coming to make a submission, please, I want to appeal that you don't repeat the same points that other members are already making, because you have already taken notes. Is that?
Annette,
Annette, you are on, we can hear you.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Tomhanji Annette from Chairperson Regional Coordinator. Kabare, we have a problem. Like when we call a meeting, sometimes they say for us they want transport, they want lunch, like that. So we need you as chairperson or else to come and make a committee. Then we move district by district. We talk to the people, we explain.
Okay, thank you so much.
They know what is going. Thank you. Then we want to communicate together, then we talk, we make sense. So we see how we are going to build as far as UPC is concerned.
Thank you, Annette. Let us get back to those who are physical. There's one? Chikube?
Kitgum.
Kitgum, yes. Kitgum, we can hear you.
Hello. Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. The chairperson chairing the meeting, the PP, and all the protocol observed. Emmanuel Daharamayo Kata is my name. The district chairperson for UPC Kitgum. Stemming from what colleague has brought forward, I look at it that these are critical observations that people have submitted, and what we need now to do, if we can summarize on two key things. People have been talking about the use of the structures. If we can come back and then learn from what we have gone through, and then we build on the intensive mobilization with wide consultations, so that what we have undergone, we should not experience it again. Two, if the legal matters, the court issue, as has already been communicated by my colleague, I do strongly observe. Three, other than the party structures from the upper authority coming.
Thank you, honorable members. We have taken note of all your submissions. The secretariat team will also put it up that before we make any production, we also read it again.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you, everybody inside there. My name is Dennis Bua from Agago. I need to thank Honorable Jimmy, my party president, for all this time supporting the party. All what I need is that, as a party, we need to recruit new young ones into the party. Because we are lacking, we see few young ones. We need to do something which is attractive to the young ones so that we have generation that can come and again keep on steering the party. We don't need to rely on only those one who knows the party without us spreading the gospel of the party to the other young ones. Other parties are defeating us because they are trying to do something which is attractive to the young ones. But for us, we are always in these things of conflict. And we have forgotten how to recruit young ones into the party. That is only my issue. Because in
I've taken note of that. Yes, Honorable Rachel. Thank you. Thank you.
Wireless. Wireless.
Okay. Okay. To make sure that the country is progressing and make it involve the country in being happy. My name is Rachel. I'm the Assistant National Manager. First of all, I want to thank, I get this opportunity to thank all the women who stood on the UPC ticket. Those who carried our flag, I really appreciate. And even those whose victory was postponed, don't give up. Let us start doing the groundwork. The party president talked about democracy and respect. There's a lot of indiscipline going on in the party. People don't respect each other. I don't know whether the little power of mandate given the judiciary committee, but a lot needs to be done. There's a lot of discipline in the party. Another thing I want to talk about is royalty in the party. There's lack of royalty. When I talk about royalty, I think I don't know that everybody can understand it. People are not loyal to the party. As members, we cannot progress when we are this way and that way. So we need to love our party and be loyal to our leaders. The issue, the party president talked about working with the party. He talked about working through ICO. I must bring it to light that we need them. We need the other party. And we need the state as well. There are some things we shall not accomplish as UPC if we stand alone. For example, the other is coming. We have our number cannot outcome together. So if we say we cannot work with the others, with the other political parties, that means we are going to miss out on some of these. So whether we like it or not, we need them. They are the state. They have the powers. We need them. So good enough, we can say that they are working on it, and maybe we will be presented in the next conference, but we need them. Thank you very much. Thank you.
very much. My name is Amos Pio, US-based chair, the president, cabinet, MPs, secretariat, members of the National Council. Downtown. I have few remarks to make after this talk. One, I would like to appreciate that the National Council has 11 duties. 11 duties. And when you check into the 11 duties, sort of the majority of our issues that we are having. Now, when they talk about what's the responsibility of the National Council, we realize they're like this. We will come here, consider and either approve the budget of the party. That will be submitted by the cabinet. Okay? But we are not able to go into this. We are going to go into the issues that are before us.
Let me, you stick to the agenda.
Okay, the agenda.
You know, National Council has 11 activities to perform, but the party president in this wisdom brought to us the status of the party and the engagement of IDOC. So stick to what was presented to this council.
Thank you very much for that correction, and that's the alignment. Now, when you look into the election, first of participated, Mr. President Gassan, we had some councillors who went. So the main issue we had that time was that we did not have a facilitated engagement within our group. And this one, I think, we check that too. Then, still on the issue of election, we realized that some of the candidates, they were being bold of towards nomination, and also after even nomination on their issues. And the lie they were given was that the party of UPC doesn't has support. So we need to have certain kind of arrangement which always supports our candidates. Then on the issue of iPod, most of our members have not understood the real meaning, the real is UPC placed in iPod. So you find that even when iPod has been conducted, they end up running around saying it is a platform where we work with national government, the government in power, to make it compromise the abilities of Ghana cross Congress. So we need to put a lot of sensitization to our members when it comes to ideas and arrangements within IPOA. Then now, it's true, during the election time, we made to present a candidate who was on a painful note. But one of the things we observed with that issue is that people were running out with the amendments within our constitution. Mr. President, sir, would we today come up with an agenda, maybe for the constitutional team, which would look into our constitution? And by the time we have the delegates conference, we are having a spoken point to our members. And we stop having simplification and the communication and other members who are turning out failures to their political party. I believe in doing that, shall be able to have these main articles which prohibits us to have a year of president. Before we accept the same argument, then and tomorrow someone speaking about it. In our UPC, in our constitution, we only have 2 terms. Then after 2 terms, we have the other one to be elected. And that's how some people are saying in the previous arrangements of that election, they were unopposed. So to me, I believe if we move deeper and what this constitutional committee said and revise our constitution, by the time we have the delegates conference, we are able to have that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lastly, let me have the vice president. Mr. Vice President, this week, Before the vice president, let me start with the whip. It's very hard to touch the iron speaker.
Thank you very much. Mr. President and distinguished members of the National Council. Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer here, and I'm going to be very brief. Noting just three things. One, I speak today as the leader of the parliamentary caucus, the UPC parliamentary caucus in the elected parliament, and I would like to already categorically state that, Mr. President, the caucus remains firmly behind your leadership. There are 11 members of parliament from the UPC ticket, and I've not had any of our members at parliament. Any of our members at parliament? No. We are 12. Yes. 12, Mr. President. I have 12 members of parliament including myself at parliament. And I'm not at any of them claiming allegiance to any other party president of the Uganda People's Congress. So I would like to underscore the fact that your members of parliament are firmly behind your leadership. As we are waiting for any other instructions that you and your party cabinet and the National Council that sits today will lay before us as a party. Secondly, and this also comes from the parliamentary caucus, we must make it very clear that the use of the party's identity, symbols, and official instrument without proper mandate is not acceptable at any rate. We note as the parliamentary caucus that political parties are governed by their constitution, its structures, and established processes, and this must be respected. And so I do not know whether, Madam Chairperson, this is the right time for it. Would like to invoke at the parliamentary caucus Article 1 of our Constitution of the Uganda People's Congress Party to move a motion that the party takes all necessary steps to protect the identity, symbols, instruments, and official representation of the Uganda People's Congress Party from unauthorized use. That is what is happening. Mr. President, we've taken note of your very firm statement that the Uganda People's Congress Party exists to serve Ugandans. And from the parliamentary front, I can already underscore the fact that we are set to work both in parliament, at the parliamentary front, at the UPC, as one of the important spaces that the UPC party occupies, and in collaboration with your leadership to move forward the priorities of the Uganda People's Congress Party, bearing in mind that we have policies that the party came up with under your leadership in the previous election that would want to cross to Ugandans. Another process of change as well. If they can engage with the Uganda People's Congress Party, we too are ready to do the same. And on that note, Mr. President, honorable members of the National Council, I would like to note that you cannot force other stakeholders to talk if they don't want to. We are saying that we want to engage, we want to talk, and we do agree from Parliament that we need to engage. We are going to do that from Parliament, at Parliament. We're going to use all the available spaces to do that, respectively, with very clear boundaries, guided by your leadership, Mr. President. But we also want to note, like I already said, that we cannot force people who don't want to talk. If there are opportunities to talk, even via the IPOD infrastructure or facility, because it is a facility legally provided by and promoted by a statutory instrument
under the parliamentary parties with compulsory organization act. So it is it's a given for any party to take advantage of that case. But will be firmly behind your leadership and no other leadership, unless no any other leadership, unless the leadership comes through this. So thank you very much. Also on behalf of my members, both online, but also we are physically present. Thank you very much.
Maybe before you come in, or having to have it. The procedure matter has been raised, the motion has been moved. Can I have a secondment on that motion? Article 1. Yes. Article 1, protecting the identity of the party. Motion has been moved and lifted.
I had to rise up very fast because the motion was speaking exactly to what raised before. When I'm up here, my name is Dennis Okukio, Chair Nera District, to second the motion that was raised by Dr. Yunus, that we take action to protect our identity.
Thank you. I've seen Dan, Rachel, the whole members. Okay. That means the motion has been seconded by the whole House. Honorable Kirin.
Thank you, the chair of this meeting, party president, members of parliament, and all delegates. Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Jordan, member of parliament, here I'm not constituency. Four areas to talk about. But before that, we should comment. I was handling here. I got informed from Honorable Santalu, told me to bring our apology. But we lost a party member was a district councillor. Think the value that the value is today. But he said that we didn't inform you that the main fund and valuation.
Apology accepted.
Then two, there are issues of election. First election, but my view is that first election can only be held in areas where there were issues or where they were not properly conducted. But in other districts, elections were properly conducted up to the district level. So what now remains is those members we want for delegates conference or like this kind of thing. But otherwise, if we are saying we are going to have first election all over the district, it will be a very active process. And also may disappoint members who properly conducted their election. So I agree that it may be held areas where it was not properly conducted or areas where that is wrong. I also propose that for proper handling of grievances within the party election should be held if this position could be taken with delegates conference. Said that because this one will need amendment in the party constitution to allow for election 1 year before general election. So that in case that this particular, it also gives time for hearing and also use of internal party processes to solve those disputes.
The party president talked about the cooperation under High Court. My proposal is that cooperation under High Court can continue. But there is also need, as we cooperate under High Court, because High Court brings in many other parties. But if it is possible, there is need for constructive dialogue with the ruling party on the matters that affects the people of Ghana. Because as UPC, we have representation in Parliament. There are areas that we can embrace in Parliament. But there are areas that concerns the people of Uganda that our party leader can directly dialogue to ensure that it is implemented, or the ruling party can have it implemented for the people of Uganda. Remember, there are issues we told us during the party council, the retreat, where your proposal was taken by the ruling government. So if such can continue, I feel that will be good. And then lastly, there is problem that we also need to address as national council. There is this political and legal issues surrounding our leadership. As a member of national council, I want to propose that one, we allow the first lawyer who is here also to guide us and we address this meeting. And then two, we should authorize and propose that this national council should authorize the party president to call a meeting of the annual delegates conference within a period of 1 month to handle specifically amendments that are needed in the party constitution for the smooth running of the party. Because there are other people who are saying, see, the term has expired. We also have issues that the court has granted. But I concur that the court has given us some leverage. So can now this national council authorize the party president to call the annual delegate conference specifically to handle issues of the discrepancies in the party constitution, such that we have a comprehensive amendment to the party constitution, such that we can move this party forward. It can also be virtual, because right now with the issue of Ebola, it may be difficult to bring all the members together. But this national council should authorize by the president for a meeting of the annual delegate conference both in 1 month to handle issues of the party. The chairperson, I also request that as we take this proposal and we give the party lawyer a minute also to supplement whether this proposal is sustainable within.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much, Honorable. Allow me now to invite the national treasurer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really mentioned my name, National Treasurer. Madam, I'm standing up for the second time. So I make of 6. But since we are now starting together, then we also make myself discussion. But I wanted to first of all respond to the issue made by program. Your people here. Many issues have been said here. I don't want to repeat them, but go to see the debate after this is a different point of view. Madam Chair, before I do that, let me start from your own remarks. You've noted what you say. I want us to reflect that. You say the purpose of this meeting is to launch a consultative process on matters affecting the past. Consultative process. You also said that it presents key issues requiring guidance. National Council presents key issues. So I'm now wondering, what are those key issues? We have had almost 2-3 hours of discussion. I wanted to think of the key issues that I have had from submissions that have been made. And one of them is from
Maybe Honorable, you go to your key issues, the one that have already been made by other members. You have taken note of it.
No, I've put
yes, maybe.
My views are fun.
Yes,
issue of draft election. Madam Chair, this is a unique opportunity. This meeting is a unique opportunity. We should thank National Council to my memory of documents. And this is the role of National Council that a way forward. The issue that National Council has addressed that we have gone through the last 10-15 months, and we should not miss the opportunity to take it forward. Then don't know it the next time. The issue of draft elections that elections are not repeated everywhere. Even where they were considered to our issue to our country, to our challenge. Now we are talking about a general election for the party over a period of 5 years. We should actually train this in the constitution, should be in the constitution that elections are held once for every part of Uganda at the same time, so that their terms expire at the same time. Now imagine people were elected last year in August, September last year. Their 5 years will expire in 2030. Now people will elect this year or next year, we don't know when the election will be held. Their terms will go beyond 2030. Now, how do you now manage a country with people of different terms to send PT, for example, the General Conference or to the National Council, even both the constituency conferences to elect the MPs? It's the same practical. The time must be the same. So if we are going to have election, because the last one was not complete, which was waiting to be held again everywhere. The people who are in post now, if they are acceptable to the party and grassroots, they will be elected. Subject themselves. Let us take that for freedom. If we pick and choose because we might have conflicts, might be interested, because we're in position, for example, we will be jeopardizing the party. People will be a different mandate. Some people stopping their 5 years, the video of which they started one, maybe party, ask the people to do the happening. That's right. So I thought I should make that point. Number two, my colleague mentioned issue of discipline. There's a lot of discipline, but and of course there's a provision in the past but we are not making use of that. I think we should implement penalty meetings against people who really betray the past. You know what happened? Some people went to campaign for NRM, others supported and the NRM is our own issue. Others supported other candidates against our own candidates, parliament, and in the local council. So we must take that action. Otherwise, we don't, then it will become known for our party members give that where there is no sanction, people do it if they want and they get away with it. Then we are not going to. But I think we should also bring that matter to this issue of leadership of the party, as we mentioned here. And I want to say this. If I wasn't convinced that Honorable Jim Akena was not the legally recognized president of UPC, I would not be here after that. I know that court gave us at the windows, court did not pronounce enough as a party leader, not enough has not gone through any process to subject himself that election has released. And we must take a stand as national council, because there can only be one national council. We must take a stand. We are talking about the state of the party for the president of this. But we know there are these problems in the party. We cannot keep silent on them. We should take a stand on enough place, not just protect our articles, our rebellion, whatever it is, in the paper and stand, but to make the leader of the party that there is only one leader that's recognized. They did not expect as high as fear, but the president maybe wait for the process. The process will come. When the time comes, we will subject the process was we should take a stand on that as national council. The issue of parliament, members of parliament. Madam Eunice mentioned that they are 11 but we know, I know, I'm trying to say what the teacher is saying. We know there are 12 members of parliament. And one member of parliament is on the front page of the NRM. This is a matter to national council. Because we cannot just keep on murmuring about council must either approve or disapprove and communicate. So it's a position of the party, not a personal position to the position of something, the position of the party. So we must actually start the matter here. What do we do with our members of appointed without our knowledge, without our consultation? I hope she can, particular because the law says you are in parliament for other party for 2.5 years, then 6 or even 50 years work is done. In the last 6 months you can cross. But for now it's the UPC member. So we can't just hide that matter of what we know happened. And our members don't our members don't go she's and it is the UPC. And she must go to the party. So I would want national council to pronounce itself that is possible that we take it in to start that part. Two other small issues. Issue of constitutional amendment. You know, I said we must take an opportunity. We've had so many issues with constitution. We've had so many conflicts in the party. And we cannot again say we amend the constitution. Of course, the constitution amendment must come at the end, because we must first make sure there are structures. Election, grassroots, sub-council, state, then of course the national council, the front, those should amend themselves from. Then is the last action. Now that is conference then amend the constitution if need be for the election of the next leadership of the party. And then of course we can then have an election. So it's important that we must set that in constitution down the roadmap for amending that. Not just talk about it after we must have the place so we know what steps are taking from one to up to 10 to amend the constitution so that we can reorganize the party. And then of course follow the table. So when I care about the country for people. And sorry I might have repeated things that I'm saying at the talk. I think in my own views as I thought. I not agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The President, the Vice President, honorable colleagues, members of Parliament, and all that are attending online and those physically present. Good afternoon. I'm called a woman, woman member of Parliament for Malata District, woman leader for UPC Malata District, Vice Chair Land Parliamentary Committee. I want to speak on behalf of the women. One, Mr. President, I have to assure you that the UPC ideology is still very strong in the Malata District, in Laos sub-region, and all Uganda.
So this ideology is in the heart of the people of Uganda. But for a very long time, the right people to move this, because for us, the leadership of UPC is mostly in the hands of men. And yet we know men cannot spread this ideology as fast as possible. So as a woman representing women in my district, I would really say, let the leadership be taken up by women, and you give it 2 years and see how women will do. Since it is in our hands, we just need to be given leadership to move as fast as possible. Secondly, I would say, let the constitution be amended as fast as possible for us to move on. We know very well that we only have one party president. As for giving up, me as a woman, I don't know him, and I don't want to know about him. Secondly, we know that when somebody is growing older, the young generation has to take over. So I am saying and emphasizing as we go back home, let the youth and women take leadership. Everything will work out. Thank you. Thank you so much, Alberta. What I want to tell you that UPC as a party under the leadership of the party president has really empowered the women. That is why you have a woman standing in this chair. Apart from that, we have been given the platform as women. When you look at other political parties, you have the affirmative position of the women leaders. The youth leaders are there right from the branch. Now it is upon you to contest as a woman. No one will give you that position. Fight for it. Now we invite the party lawyer, to also give us the legal background.
Mr. Party President and members of the committee, Ghana Youth Conference, National Chairperson and members of Cabinet of UPC, members of the National Council who are present with meeting physically, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jonathan Booth. I am a member of the Uganda People's Congress of a village called UPC in UPC sub-county in Mira district. I am here to speak to you as a lawyer for the party. And before I even raise the issues, I have to inform you that the duty of any lawyer professionally is to execute the instructions of the client. So my work here is to listen to you, and whatever you have decided that must be legally dealt with, and at your service, you execute it to the lot. That is what we like to do. So allow me to point out just a few issues that may help you understand processes. The meeting of today has been convened as an extraordinary national council meeting. It means there is an ordinary meeting national. In law, when an extraordinary meeting is called, it means there are special peculiar issues that need to be addressed. For today's case, they were listed on the agenda as two: the update, status of the party, and then the court high court elections. So my understanding is that whereas other issues are recent, the meeting should have addressed itself more, those issues, and you are still at liberty to address yourself. However, other matters, some of them may need more legal analysis and interpretation, which is biased, is free from any bias from the lawyer. The first example I give is on the question whether a leader elected by the party structure to lead for a particular term and have his or her term suddenly cancelled. If I'm a village chairperson elected in Kakumiro last year to lead for 5 years, can the party then say, we have cancelled that election, we are on the question? It's a legal question that I'll put in writing the opinion to help guide them. The other thing, which I also saw coming from here, is about the election of the party president. You may want to address your mind to the Constitution. There are only two provisions in the Constitution related to election of the party president. One is mentioned in the district conference, the other is mentioned in the delegates conference. The Constitution does not tell you how it should happen. But those two organs can actually see. I'm also going to express an opinion about it. But the main issue I want to raise here is that there are so many aspects of the Constitution that the National Council should have sat issue by. For example, many cases that went to court have been spent in the last week looking at the cases in court. Many of the cases do not have gone to court because court law that whenever a complaint is raised within the party, no one responds to. Therefore, the only option is now to go to court. But the National Council, in consultation with the party, was supposed to have some framework for disciplinary action, right? That I know. So there are so many provisions that need regulations, that need guidelines that must be put in place. It will solve most of the issues that I have had. The third issue is that I have had about 3 or 4 motions. I hope that it has been captured. Those motions need to be decided upon here because there are questions that members have to express. The honorable member from Monata moved the motion. The lady from Kenya moved the motion. The honorable Maxwell moved the motion. There are like 5 different motions. If you are not able to deal with it, it must also be expressly stated that this motion has been put on hold for this reason, and it will be put to question next time. Because if you leave it here without resolving it, then it will probably not be normal. And lastly, I want to comment on the court case. There are many cases in court. So far, I've been able to look at 11 different cases. Then there's UPC. There could be more. These are the ones that have been decided. But the gist of this, if I may hint a little bit, is that it gives comfort to members that the administration of Party President Jim McKenna is recognized both in law and in fact. In law, because the courts have decided the latest ruling behind us that gave him mandate to continue leading the Uganda People's Government. That mandate is not limited by time. It's only limited when the case in court is disposed of. So if it's disposed of next month, either way, that's when the term may come to an end or continue. But if it's not, then this leadership is legitimate and recognized. Now I address you the questions of leadership by fact. The leadership by fact As is confirmed by this attendance here. No other person claiming leadership of UPC can have this kind of thing. I'm sure no other person can. But also too, when you visit the relevant state organs, the electoral commission by their gazette knows the party president gazetted in law, knows the secretary general. Even some of the meetings you're talking about, IPO, I don't know when the next one will be. You can examine the fact of who is going to attend that meeting to know who is the UPC party president. So the comfort I'm giving to members is that all the actions, decisions, leadership by the Honorable Jim Kenya is lawful, is legitimate, and is recognized until there is a pronouncement of the contract. However, I agree with members that it is a window to sort out so many things. Those so many things are not for me as a lawyer. It is for the members of UPC, through the relevant organs, to raise them, resolve them, and then if some instructions are given to me to proceed with the team of members to, for example, amend the constitution, then that now becomes my responsibility. So I would like to end by thanking the President for this communication, which I don't have to react to. Thank members for your valuable inputs. I also don't want to say anything for it, to preserve my independent opinion that I give, but encourage all the members that what is required is good faith. Only. The minimum required of any member of UPC is good faith. Once we all have good faith, I'm sure that the party will vote for sure. So I thank you for that.
Thank you, Honorable Jonathan, for the legal advice. I will hand back to our almost to at the end of our meeting, and now we invite the Vice President.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think I have the microphone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our party president and my party president. I think I have more. Why more? There are so many people who have super complete and not the party. It's very what? How many sources of income? As far as concerned, the premium is provided from his seat and the party tax. I'm of the view that please, as the national council, as that last of senior, today the membership fee, you give them that you'll be, and if you run for party tax, 1,000 shillings, 10,000 shillings. Okay, fine. But I was to realize to bring that money from 1,000 to so that is number one. The party has no funds. The party quarterly gets approximately 200 something good sheets, which is not even enough. 400 new sheets instead of the 3 months. That is those are peanuts. So the only source of income we have as of now is selling party cards. And I was of the view that every month national cast member will start and arrange that fund. Secondly, how many problems as far as UPC? Yeah, the constitution. You need an overhaul as far as the constitution is concerned. In this constitution here, they tell us that every member, whether new or old, are equal in terms of what status and the right. However, when you back up in person and up free, there is a very big law. Make that person who he will be in the future. Okay, I have a question, Mr. President. Before you elected me to be the vice president, I was the district chairperson of the kingdom. I had some small experience to manage the people. But here is the situation that
every Dick and John in UPC who wants to contest for the position of party president is ready. Even if he has crossed from either Gemma, No, DP, NRM, and joins UPC. One day to elections, he can automatically contest. I'm appealing to the National Council to consider any person be given any leadership position to have passed through proper ideological leadership and they have service in managerial position. For example, when you want to contest for the position of the party president, you must have been a member of the top management for the last 10 years. When I talk about top management, I'm considering the district what? District what? Executives, and even members of parliament. But the person can't wake up from nowhere and say, now I want to contest, and it's because there's got these million sheets. And when I talk about the bill, I say, no, let him bring that 20 million sheets. No, that's bad. Not me. And that's public action. Mr. President, I'm suggesting, and I beg to move that we need to make amendments to the Constitution. Most especially the issue of leadership. Most especially the issue of what? Leadership. Now, in Ginger, if I may ask our council, our lawyer, in Ginger, I've been the district chairman for since 2015. Now, I want to hand over that seat, but the speaker went to discuss with some. He said, no, continue moving. I have no person must be mentally well. Take over that. What should I do? I was saying, the other one is selected. So I decided I've been mentally some person whom I handed over the office, and that one is me. Sometimes some of our party members were in India. Any person who is supposed to be given any managerial position must go through proper mentorship. So, Madam Chair, I beg to insist that any person be given any leadership of the party must have gone through proper mentorship. And third, I say that people have never been mentored, they never come here at what? The party leadership. So for 10 years. And I think the council will have with me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice President.
I talk nonsense.
Our technical team, they need you. They are not hearing us. Now we also thank you for the positive response and the motion. Now we are discussing the communication of the president, which was agenda item number 5. Status of the engagement and the political party organization dialogue. I got and received a lot of earlier responses. I now want to have the motion.
Can hold it closer.
Yes. For record purpose, your name, position, and district.
Our members of Parliament,
It's very they don't go to school, they don't go to school. I like that we talk to say there's an engagement and in the party to some organization, but they are guided by school.
We are not hearing you say which is of your
Which state to make rules and regulations for the implementation and enforcement of Section 8 make guidelines on a special program the party on identify. Section 11 initiate and undertake such activities as may further the values in extend move from that is assembly about the speech of the president as president and to reflect ourselves so as a place of therefore upon members to sign.
Thank you, Secondus. Yes. Can we have secondus to the motion? Thank you. Honorable members, we are having 3 motions here in consultation with the lawyer. One is the motion on the report of the party president, the status of the party, which we have taken it on. The second motion is on Article 1 for full action to protect the party, raised by the Honorable Eunice, Dr. Eunice. The third motion is on the status of engagement under inter-party organization for dialogue. This motion will then be taken up and presented to the National Council. However, in the delegates conference, those are the 3 key motions. Allow me at this juncture to invite the party president to address us again.
Members of the UPC National Council, on my side, it's a great appreciation that we have been able to come together online across the country to be able to deliberate on how we handle matters together. On my side, I'm honored and upset by the dedication and commitment we continue to show in this great party. As I said, I honestly believe this party has a lot to offer the people to government. And we have to find ways, bring it out to the people to government. The party not always solved. We have gone through this difficult issue, which was totally, in my view, unnecessary. But we've been disorganized. The party has been thrown into difficult situations. I called for this extraordinary general assembly to touch on some of those issues which will allow us to move. And several across board, online, there's question of we must address any constitutional hurdle which prevents the party from being able to effectively put its issue out there and overnight. That one is well noted and well taken. I'm going to ask through the lawyer and the team, let us handle this issue properly. Because I have timelines being mentioned. Those timelines may not quite meet the constitutional requirement. And this was something very important, but I trust that the team look at it carefully
but let us come out of it properly, whereby we can handle much of it for time. I have people talk about this issue of two terms. The UPC is two terms, and what criteria? One thing I'm proud to tell the members of UPC, I am the one who moved that a party president to stand before the delegates must get the support of 1/3 of the districts. I stand by it. We don't want somebody just waking up and saying, I'm president. You go and get the mandate from the district conference. The mandate, at least you know that you have asked them and the members have said, let us live. So I put that filter. That people who are going to stand before the delegates conference would have gone through a conference. The party would have looked at this person, scrutinized this person, and said, yes, this person we can send for. I'm proud that I put that on there. Because what I'm looking at, how do we galvanize the party? How do we try to place? This is how we came about here. How do we galvanize? Where do we go to hold elections? My experience in party politics is a season. I am now also a farmer. I also know there are seasons in farming. I cannot go and plow my field in the middle of the dry season. I do my clearance preparation. When the first rains are soaked in the ground, we can now plow. And within our election cycle, we see it all over the place. Churches have become an area where politicians want to run away on the eve of election. It's a fact. You have to find politicians. During the time when campaign are heated, you cannot walk into a church without having to leave something seriously there. It's part of the season. You can tell the political season. So us also in politics, we must to time our season. That the party is at the right of entry when we enter. So I am honored by party members, those who have shown and expressed support for what we've been able to achieve. I apologize that we didn't achieve all that we hoped we could achieve. But I'm not diminished, I'm not broken, I'm still ready to put as much as I can forward to the government of the and I pray that we can find ways that we can move together and be able to play a very positive role. There's a lot which is happening in the politics of Uganda which needs UPC to be coherent and organized to play out. And this one I speak to all members. We have a message, we have a history, we have a cause, we have the methodology. Can we for some time just come together and really focus ourselves that we're able to project what we can do for the people of Uganda? Is it too much to ask Congress members? And let's take a step back and look at the bigger picture. What can we do? This question keeps coming within UPC. People are demanding, oh, UPC owes me this, UPC should have done this for me, UPC should have done this. UPC does not owe you a living. Kennedy is the one who asked when you're talking about it. What does the right for? You should not be asking what UPC should do for you. I should be asking, what can you do for UPC? All of us as aspiring leaders, what can you do for UPC? Anybody who comes to you and saying UPC didn't do this for me, I didn't do this, I can't do that, tell them to go away. That has no business in UPC. All of us who have been leaders, who have done, who have sacrificed, it was not because UPC put something in you. You had to put in for UPC. And for me, I am there because of the vision of UPC. This vision is bigger than all of us. Even if I die today, that vision must go on. That vision must touch another generation of Uganda. That vision must be able to provide health services for Uganda born today. It should not be in the past that UPC built hospitals in the 50s. What does UPC say about today and tomorrow? That's the UPC I want to start.
That's the UPC I want to live for. That's the UPC I want us to articulate all the corners of Uganda. UPC, which is relevant to what is happening to us. UPC deals with our problem. UPC deals with the struggles people are going through day by day. Not an aloof party, not a party which comes just here and there. And I hope that we are able to build that party. That we're able to come to the vision of those who gave us this party, who gave us this vision, and expound on that one and do our part, our role. The roles I cannot do. And ask the members of UPC, please. Carry on. So, on behalf of the Ghana People's Congress, on behalf of the party cabinet, I thank all party members for participating with this. Welcome, for council. Finishing my section, the specifics are going to be highlighted, timeline which we're going to try to cover, which we agree upon, that we move in a clear way forward. I am committed to do this. I'm ready to do everything and anything as much as it's feasible for this. Let us all do the same. Where I have failed or where the party has failed, I apologize and I take responsibility. Where we can do better, I apologize. But we were going to have to use more of this media in order to be able to meet the cost and to be able to meet timelines of all this. We're going to improve upon it, where we're going to have clear access points where members can bring things through. But the plan around this National Council was to put out the issues, to get some of the feedback, but I'm going to allow the National Chair to clarify how we're going to deal with some of the other matters. There's a timeline which came in 1 month, but there's some issues in the Constitution which we need to capture. So I'm going to ask the team with the lawyer to guide us on how best we can capture the resolutions which we have made, which we agree upon, and be able to work upon them. On my part, I thank my cabinet team for organizing this in this short notice, but I'm going to use this for a very while. And the things which you learn in crisis. We have been struggling to have meetings, have things. When the Namanya ruling came of July last year, and I had a very limited window, I used the Constitution which says I can call an emergency delegates conference in 7 days, but I used the budget aspect to be able to. This has also helped us to be able to reach out. We're going to speak quickly, but I will promise you, as long as I have breathing, as long as I have the wind, I will do everything feasible and possible for you to set your continue. But if a break is there, I will stand. And this I can tell members, there are people who say they're leaders, they never appear before the them. For me, I've been condemned for different reasons. We had a delegate conference in Puma Showgrounds. They said I was the wrong person to call it. But we were there with the members. Kasagati, we held a delegate conference out there. They said I acted outside of the law. They took me up to Court of Appeal, demanding 300 million. And I think it was 5 years in jail. I was able to win that one. The delegate conference went, UPC went ahead. Last delegate conference, we went to the So I am not afraid of what may go wrong. But I fear more what does not go wrong. I fear more not acting when there's an opportunity to act. So when there's a chance for UPC to move, trust me, I will do everything possible. And I hope my legal team will protect me in case I go too far. But time is for UPC to go ahead. So I thank you for joining me. I thank everybody. Madam Chair, thank you for taking us through. You are about to find things to do. Are you? Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, member of the council. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for being with us from morning
And some people who I already ate that already logged in and waiting for only the name. And up to now, I still see them active with that. I don't take it for granted. Honorable members, as I've stated, we have 3 motions which I'll have to put it before you. Motion number 1. Motion on the report of the party president on the status of the party. By show of hands, I would like to see how many people are in support of this motion. The technical team can take us because they want to see district by district. Members, you just raise up your hands. I have seen online they are already there, and then physically everyone has voted for the motion. That means the ayes have it. Motion on the article, on Article 1 for the party to take action to protect the party. And I see the votes. The ayes have it. Motion on the status of engagement under inter-party organization for dialogue, IPOD. By show of hands, how many people are in support of this motion? The ayes have it. Honorable members of council, as we come to the conclusion of this extraordinary meeting, there shall be 14 days for members to write in their recommendations, proposals, and comments, and submit it to the office of the Secretary General. This can be submission. The submission shall be compiled by the Secretariat into a consideration and consultation reports highlighting 1, areas of agreement, 2, areas requiring further discussions, 3, recommendations from members, and lastly, the report shall then be presented to the appropriate party organ for consideration and further action. That is the delegate conference. With all these members, once again, thank you for persevering with us and being online and physical until the last meeting that we have had today. Allow me adjourn the council to the next sitting. Council adjourned. Honorable members who are present, you are also invited for lunch. The Secretariat has prepared for us something. Please eat before you go. Thank you for coming once again.